has cooperated with foundations and institutions inside and outside the country to increase the quality of the learning process and the education development of the university. The university has worked with several institutions in Asia, Africa, Europe, America, Australia, and the Middle East. Humans must seek enlightenment for their lives. Humans must select which paths that are able to bring them closer to a brighter future.
We can learn about technology and many more. We can be a journalist.
I chose UIN Jakarta because it's extremely moderate, tolerant and innovative.
The Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta is established as a high education institution that utilizes knowledge and religious matters as a way to open the world horizon. The Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta is located in Ciputat, South Tangerang City, Banten Province, making the college sit in a very strategic position because it is adjacent to the special capital region of Jakarta. The university solidly stands on 223,306 square meters that are spread in some areas. The university passes through some historical periods before it turns into the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta. In the pilot period, the university is named as the Theology Service Academy, or ADIA. It changes to become the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic Institute. And finally, the name is changed into the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta.
Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi BAN PT dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001:2015.
Have led the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta, owning an important position for the growth of education and Islamic thought in Indonesia. The university has also contributed to the growth of knowledge and technology in the international world. As a university, the This institution is committed to generate humans who have integrity, are intellectually, spiritually, socially, and morally smart. The commitment of the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta for education development is embodied in its visions to make the university as the excellence center for Islamic and science studies that obtains international acknowledgement. To achieve the visions, the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta strives for making the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta as an international destination for Islamic and science studies, reinforcing profession education, enhancing the implementation of the knowledge and religion integration, empowering research-based human resources, improving the quality and quantity of infrastructures, arranging.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start in 15 minutes. Thank you.
The campus to be more friendly, affirming the management and financial governance based on strategic plannings. The Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta now runs 11 faculties and 1 postgraduate school. As a leading higher education institution in Indonesia, the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta has cooperated with foundations and institutions inside and outside the country to increase the quality of the learning process and the education development of the university. The university has worked with several institutions in Asia, Africa, Europe, America, Australia, and the Middle East.
Didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Universitas Raharja Choice Campus for the Better Future.
Humans must seek enlightenment for their lives. Humans must select which paths that are able to bring them closer to a brighter future.
We can learn about technology and many more. We can be a journalist.
I chose UIN Jakarta because it's extremely moderate, tolerant, and innovative.
The Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta is established as a higher education institution that utilizes knowledge and religious matters as a way to open the world horizon. The Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta is located in Ciputat, South Tangerang City, Banten Province, making the college sit in a very strategic position because it is adjacent to the special capital region of Jakarta. The university solidly stands on 223,306 square meters that are spread in some areas. The university passes through some historical periods before it turns into the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta. In the pilot period, the university is named as the Theology Service Academy, or ADIA. It changes to become the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic Institute. And finally, the name is changed into the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. Those transformations have led the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta owning an important position for the growth of education and Islamic thought in Indonesia. The university has also contributed to the growth of knowledge and technology in the international world. As a university, this institution is committed to generate humans who have integrity, are intellectually, spiritually, socially, and morally smart. The commitment of the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta for education development is embodied in its visions to make the university as the excellence center for Islamic and science studies that obtains international acknowledgement. To achieve the visions, the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta strives for making the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta as an international destination for Islamic and science studies, reinforcing profession education, enhancing the implementation of the knowledge and religion integration, empowering research-based human resources, improving the quality and quantity of infrastructures, arranging the campus to be more friendly, affirming the management and financial governance based on strategic plannings. The Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta now runs 11 faculties and 1 postgraduate school. As a leading higher education institution in Indonesia, the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta has cooperated with foundations and institutions inside and outside the country to increase the quality of the learning process and the education development of the university. The university has worked with several institutions in Asia, Africa, Europe, America, Australia, and the Middle East.
Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi BAN PT, dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001:2015. Didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Universitas Raharja, Choice Campus for the Better Future. Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi BAN PT, dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001-2015. Didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Universitas Raharja, Choice Campus for the Better Future.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start in 5 minutes. Please be seated, and also all the participants in Zoom meeting, make sure that your quota and your connection is stable so you can follow this conference from start to finish ladder, and also open your camera, please. Thank you.
Humans must seek enlightenment for their lives. Humans must select which paths that are able to bring them closer to a brighter future.
We can learn about technology and many more. We can be a journalist.
I chose UIN Jakarta because it's extremely moderate, tolerant, and innovative.
The Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta is established as a high education institution that utilizes knowledge and religious matters as a way to open the world horizon. The Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta is located in Ciputat, South Tangerang City, Banten Province, making the college sit in a very strategic position because it is adjacent to the special capital region of Jakarta. The university solidly stands on 223,306 square meters that are spread in some areas. The university passes through some historical periods before it turns into the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta. In the pilot period, the university is named as the Theology Service Academy, or ADIA. It changes to become the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic Institute. And finally, the name is changed into the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta. Those transformations have led the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta owning an important position for the growth of education and Islamic thought in Indonesia. The university has also contributed to the growth of knowledge and technology in the international world. As a university, this institution is committed to generate humans who have integrity, are intellectually, spiritually, socially, and morally smart. The commitment of the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta for education development is embodied in its visions to make the university as the excellence center for Islamic and science studies that obtains international acknowledgement. To achieve the visions, the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta strives for making the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta as an international destination for Islamic and science studies, reinforcing profession education, enhancing the implementation of the knowledge and religion integration, empowering research-based human resources, improving the quality and quantity of infrastructures, arranging the campus to be more friendly, affirming the management and financial governance based on strategic plannings. The Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta now runs 11 faculties and 1 postgraduate school. As a leading higher education institution in Indonesia, the Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta has cooperated with foundations and institutions inside and outside the country to increase the quality of the learning process and the education development of the university. The university has worked with several institutions in Asia, Africa, Europe, America, Australia, and the Middle East.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Conference Chair, Mr. Hosni Teja Sukmana, ST, MSc, PhD, the Honorable Vice Rector of Research and Technology Transfer at Bina Nusantara Jakarta, Profesor Tirta Nugraha Mursitama, SOS, MM, PhD. The Honorable Chairman of IEEE Indonesia Section, Dr. Ing Wahyudi Hasbi, the Honorable Representative from Apticom, and Rector of Raharja University, Dr. P.O. Abbas Sunaria. The Honorable our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman, and Professor Dr. Untung Raharja, MTI, MM, and also all the presenters and participants of CITSM 2022. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, best wishes to us all. In Java, we say Sugeng Enjing. We are delighted to welcome you at El Hotel Royal Malioboro, special region of Yogyakarta. Yogyakarta is a beautiful place in Indonesia where you can spend a few days with your colleagues and with your family. The food is great, the people are friendly, and the countryside is absolutely scenic and gorgeous. And welcome to the opening ceremony of International Conference on Cyber and IT Service Management, CITSM 2022. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, CITSM 2022 hosted by Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta, International Institute of Advanced Science and Technology, co-hosted by Bina Nusantara University, Universitas of Sufism and Modern Science, and our technical sponsor, IEEE Indonesia section. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let us pray and praise God the Almighty, who has given us some mercies and blessing so that we can gather here in this special occasion. Excellencies, distinguished guests, all of the participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will sing Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Participants, please stand up for a moment. And conduct by Ms. Umi. Thank you, and please be seated. Thank you, Ms. Umi. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time tribute to Professor Dr. Azumart Azra MA, the professor of Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University Jakarta, is passed away peacefully on Sunday, September 18th, 2022 in Selangor, Malaysia. Let us pray together for the great teacher of us. Pray based on individual belief. Begins. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and all of the participants, ladies and gentlemen, CITSM 2022 is the 10th annual conference in the general area of cyber and ITSM. It provides a forum for presenting and discussing the latest innovation, results, and developments in cyber networks, pervasive system, cloud environments, enterprise, and IT related to service management. CITSM held in Bandung in 2012, 2013 in Jakarta, 2014 in Jakarta, 2016 in Bandung, 2017 in Bali, 2018 in Sumatera Utara, 2019 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, 2020 virtual collaboration with ISB at Maluhu, 2021 in Bengkulu, and now held in Yogyakarta. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is speeches. The first is the report from conference chairs, Mr. Husni Teja Sukmana, MSc, PhD.
Husni Teja Sukmana, ST, MSc, PhD, lecturer in the Department of Information Technology, Faculty of Science and Technology, Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta, as well as rector at Atmaluhur Institute of Science and Business. In 2022, Mr. Husni became the chairman of CITSM. He is a senior member of the IEEE, completed his undergraduate education at the Faculty of Engineering, the University of Indonesia in 2001. Master and doctoral degree were completed at the Computer Science Department, Sunwon University, South Korea, in 2005 and 2009, respectively.
Mr. Husni Teja Sukmana, STMSc, PhD, the time is yours.
Thank you, MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Our Excellencies in here, Bapak P.O. Abbas Sunaria as representative of Apticom and also rector of Raharja University. Our Excellencies Prof. Untung Raharja, our college, and also my excellencies Prof. Abdul Wahab in the Zoom meeting as our keynote speaker today, and now is president of and Dean of KICT International Islamic University Malaysia, and our Excellency Prof. Tirta Nugraha Mursitama, Vice Rector of Research and Technology Transfer at Binus University, and also our Excellencies Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi as Chairman of IEEE Indonesian session. And here also we have the Vice Rector of the Amicom Yogyakarta, Pak Arif, and all the participants, author, and presenter in this conference. Welcome to the CITSM 2022 in Yogyakarta. As you know that CITSM 22 in Yogyakarta is the 10th conference of the CITSM, and MC already told that the first conference is conducted from the Bandung, Lembang actually, specifically in 2012, and then running series of conference, and we already around from the Bali and Prapat Danau Toba and go to the Kuala Lumpur in IUM, and then we move to Pangkal Pinang, Bengkulu, and then we visit the Yogyakarta. The CITSM 2022 is we received about 200 papers actually, and then it's not easy, to select the paper from the 200 after the highly reviewing process. And also I thank you for the reviewer is already collaborate with these conferences. And we receive about the acceptance rate is 54%. So it's not easy to select from the 200 paper. And now I will come to the presenter to present at this conference and enjoy the beautiful city of the Yogyakarta. And also this is the hybrid conference, so some of the presenter can also present in the Zoom meeting, and I hope you can enjoy this conference. And this conference is our event to collaborate ideas, share your expertise, and we can discuss to find the better way for the Indonesian. Thank you very much for joining this conference. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Big applause for Mr. Hosni Teja Sukmana, and thank you. Excellencies, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming speech delivered by Vice Rector of Research and Technology Transfer at Bina Nusantara Jakarta, Profesor Tirta Nugraha Mursitama, SOS MM, PhD.
Thank you, Master Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Profesor Dr. Tirta Nugraha Mursitama, PhD, is Vice Rector of Research and Technology Transfer at Binus University and currently a professor in International Business Management. He received his bachelor's degree from the Department of International Relations, University of Indonesia in 1999. He then received his master's degree in 2004 and doctorate in 2007, both in management from the Graduate School of Management, Gakushin University, Tokyo, Japan. He was a visiting fellow at the School of Marketing, Management and International Business, Australian National University in September until November 2011. Partnering with Associate Professor Pierre van der Eng, he conducted research on the internationalization of corporate Indonesia and its impact on the economic relationship between Australia and Indonesia. In 2011, Professor Tirta received an award, namely the University of Indonesia Scientific Award for Book and Monograph Writer and International Journal Publication.
Okay, thank you. Professor Tirta Nugraha Mursitama has joined in a Zoom meeting, and Professor Tirta Nugraha Mursitama, the time is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Professor Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman, President IIAST, also Dean of KICT International Islamic University Malaysia, Our Excellency Dr. B.O. Abbas Sunaria, the Rector of Raharja University, my dear colleague, and also Professor Untung Raharja, Head of University Raharja Foundation, and one of our keynote speakers today. And also the committee of this conference, my dear friend, Dr. Hosni Teja, Yusuf Rahman, and all committee members, and also Professor Amani Burhanuddin Lubis, last but not least, the Rector of UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. Before I start my speech, on behalf of Bina Nusantara University and also behalf of myself, my deepest condolences goes to the departure of our guru, Professor Azumadi Azra. May Allah give the best place for him in heaven. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, as a co-host universities, along with Raharja universities and also the University of Civism and Modern Sciences, I welcome all of you, all the participants, speakers, and also invited keynote speakers in this very wonderful, interesting conference. It is very rare, yet important conference, the 10th International Conference on Cyber and IT Service Management, which is very relevant and timely in the contemporary world as today. We know the advancement of the technology has pushed the human and technology to integrate together. So we saw so many cyber-related activities, disputes, issue related to the IT and service management has emerged in our daily life. This is the high call for us, the presenters, the researchers, and along with the industry and also the policymakers to work together to solve this problem. And I also would like to appreciate all the participants, all the co-host universities and organization, including my friends, Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi. I'm sorry I forgot to mention you earlier, the chairman of HPI Indonesian section, who has been very bold and has a very strong support in publishing or providing very good services in a publication in the conference like CITSM this morning. I also would like to encourage all of you that collaboration in doing research and also finally end up into the publication in the international reputable journal or a conference proceeding is very important for all of us, the faculty members of every universities, both in Indonesia and abroad. So this CITSM is a very good venue for us to start and also to continue our collaboration that has been done since few years back. So once again, I would like to welcome all of you, enjoy the conference, and I have to admit, to say sorry, I wish I could join Pak Dr. Abbas and Pak Professor untuk Raharja in Yogyakarta today, but since I have another appointment that I cannot decline, so I would have to stay in Pinus University in Jakarta. Anyway, once again, thank you for every participants, supporters, that we hope that we can conduct the next CITSM in other universities with another co-host, and hopefully next year I will be meeting you in person. Thank you. Have a great and wonderful conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Tirta Nugraha Mursitama, SOS MM PhD, for your speech. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcome speech delivered by representative from Apticom and Rector of Raharja University, Dr. P.O. Abbas Sunaria.
Dr. P.O. Abasunaria, MSI, is director at Raharja University and also serves as Vice Chairman of the APTISI DPP. He completed his undergraduate education at STIA Menara Siswa, followed by the Master of State Administration study program at the same campus. He started his career in 1986 as an executive at PT Manis Aman Sentosa until 1990.
Dr. P.O. Abasunaria, the time is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. I will talk Indonesia. Sorry. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam sehat buat kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Pertama-tama izinkan saya minta maaf dulu supaya nggak keliru bahasa Indonesia saja. Karena tadi duduk suruh sambutan, nggak dikasih tahu dari kemarin. Minta maaf pada semua. Yang saya hormati Rektor UIN Jakarta, Prof. Amari Lubis. Yang saya hormati Rektor atau Wakil Rektor BINUS University, Prof. Tirta Nugraha. Yang saya hormati Wakil Rektor Amikom, Prof. Arif. Yang saya hormati Prof. Hasim, ini dari IEEE. Yang saya hormati Prof. Untung dan seluruh yang hadir tentu di tempat ini yang berbahagia. Puji serta syukur melihat sama-sama kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah SWT atas perkenannya. Pagi hari ini kita bisa berkumpul tempat ini dalam keadaan sehat. Sebelum lebih jauh, saya juga turut belasungkawa atas kepulangannya. Menurut saya beliau orang besar ya, mantan Rektor UIN. Kita berdoa semoga amal ibadahnya diterima di sisi Allah SWT. Amin. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang saya hormati, saya juga kurang paham kapasitas apa. Saya sebetulnya kemarin sekalian lewat dari Salatiga bersama Prof. Wer, tapi tiba-tiba diminta suruh kemari, suruh naik di sini. Izin, memang di dalam kepengurusan Aptikom salah satu penasehat gitu ya, dan orang tua lah, ya. Juga di organisasi yang lain mungkin juga ada. Karenanya kegiatan-kegiatan semacam ini bagian yang tidak terpisahkan daripada program kita, program pemerintah. Tentunya saat ini kita harus berkompetisi dengan bangsa-bangsa lain melalui ya riset kita. Senang sekali bukan hanya yang dilakukan oleh Pak Husni Teja yang sudah luar biasa memang, bantu Aptikom, ada Koris, ada Indochase, dan ada juga yang lain-lain juga yang dilakukan oleh masing-masing. Kalau hari ini dilakukan oleh dilaksanakan sebagai host UIN Jakarta, hostnya tadi juga dari BINUS yang memang ini adalah kampus yang luar biasa semuanya, panutan kita semua. Saya berkebetulan beberapa hari lalu terima komisi 10 di Umpam, sempat ketemu dengan Bu Rektor sebetulnya. Saya bilang saya juga akan mampir kemari, wah nanti ketemu. Alhamdulillah ya mungkin beliau sedang ada yang lebih penting ya tentu mengantar kepulangannya Prof yang lama ya. Bapak Ibu dan seluruh peserta yang saya hormati, teruslah kita berkarya. Karena Aptikom jujur aja satu wadah yang akan mewadahi berbagai aktivitas yang bersifat IT sesuai dengan organisasinya. Memang banyak organisasi lain juga yang diselenggarakan oleh masing-masing induk organisasinya, ada ADI, dan juga ada yang lain-lain yang tadi saya sebut. Ini semata-mata kita sebagai implementasi kebijakan pemerintah yang kita terus dipacu. Ke depan tentu saja kalau kita tidak bisa berkompetisi, harapan ya tentu saja ini akan jauh bagaimana kita untuk bisa keluar yang katakan digadang-gadang kita akan nanti 2045 masuk ke Indonesia Emas. Memang ya izin saya bukan untuk kampanye di sini. Ya kita ini memang ada beberapa yang mesti kita pesankan kepada pemerintah. Hari ini sebetulnya kita juga dipanggil untuk dengar pendapat terkait dengan RUU kita. Ya RUU yang sekarang sudah kebaleg ini, wah ini kalau betul itu diundangkan tentu buat kita juga semuanya repot. Ya oleh karenanya mohon doanya ya teman-teman, APTISI, ABPTSI, dan APERTI juga yang lain-lain sekarang sedang di DPR RI secara mendadak. Saya juga nggak tahu, jadi saya nggak bisa ngikut karena udah di sini. Ya kita doakan supaya hasilnya baik, supaya menjadi harapan kita undang-undang itu berpihak lah kepada masyarakat baik negeri dan swasta ya. Karena kalau profesi guru dan dosen itu sudah tidak ada lagi ya kita petani saja. Bapak Ibu hadirin saya hormati, terima kasih atas kesempatan ini. Tentu aktivitas atau kegiatan seperti ini menjadikan kalender ya yang saya tahu Pak Usni begitu produktif, makanya beliau ini selalu saya tempel, saya belajar sama dia banyak. Saya dulunya bukan orang akademik ya, orang macam-macam, tapi setelah kenal Pak Usni saya tambah semangat begitu untuk banyak belajar. Semoga Pak Usni terus mau ngajarin kita semua ya. Bapak Ibu hadirin saya hormati, semoga kegiatan ini selalu dilancarkan dan tidak ada masalah, dan pada akhirnya nanti bisa menghasilkan sesuatu paper yang berkualitas yang bisa diteruskan oleh peneliti-peneliti berikutnya. Ya, tidak ada yang mustahil kalau kita tidak bisa bersaing, kalau hanya dikejar Sinta, Q4, Q3, Q2, Q1. Ya, ini sebagai orang tua kan cuma mendorong, sendiri nggak bisa sebetulnya. Saya kira itu yang dapat sampaikan. Selamat sekali lagi, sukses selalu ya buat penyelenggaraan ini. Semoga bermanfaat untuk kita semua. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Dr. P.O. Abbas Sunario for the speech. Excellencies, distinguished guests, all of the participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to have Chairman of IEEE Indonesia Section, the Honorable Dr. Ing Wahyu Hasbi, to deliver opening speech, and afterward we would like to request the Chairman of IEEE Indonesia Section to officially open the CITSM 2022. Dr. Ing Wahyudi Hasbi.
Dr. Ing Wahyudi Hasbi now serves the IEEE Indonesian Section Chair-elect for 2021. He belongs to the IEEE Aerospace, Electronic System, and Computer Society as a senior member. He was a member of a LAPAN TUBS-80 Satellite Principal Engineering Team. He started his career as an engineer for LAPAN TUBS-80/A1 Satellite at BRIN, Aeronautical and Space Research Organization, in 2004 until now, and is the head of the Research Center for Satellite Technology. In addition, Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi has also been chairman of the Working Party 3 Science Issues of FPG 23 since 2020 and has been chairman of Director of Region 3 Asia Pacific since 2021 until now. Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi was awarded the Satya Lancana Wirakarya Role Model Medal from the President of the Republic of Indonesia, especially award for outstanding dedication to the nation in the satellite design and development.
Dr. Ing Wahyudi Hasbi has joined in a Zoom meeting, and the time is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, colleagues, researcher, professional, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, prosperous and warm greetings. First of all, please allow me to greet the Excellencies, Professor Amani Burhanuddin Lubis, Rector of Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta, my colleague and Excellencies, Professor Tirta Nugraha Mursitama, PhD, Vice Rector of Research and Technology Transfer at Pinus University, Dr. P.O. Abbas Sunaria, Rector of Raharja University, as one of the co-hosts of this conference, Professor Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman, President of IIAST, also Dean of KICT International Islamic University Malaysia, Professor Untung Raharja, Head of the University Raharja Foundation, and also will be our keynote speakers. The committee of this conference, my colleagues, Pak Dr. Husni Teja, Dr. Yusuf Durrahman, and all the committee members, distinguished speakers, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start my speech on behalf of the IEEE Indonesia section, we would like to express our deepest condolence for the passing of our beloved noble person, Professor Dr. Aziumardi Azra, former rector of Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University, Jakarta, and also our national guru. May Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala bless him with mercy and decent place. Ladies and gentlemen, it's such an honor and pleasure for me to be able to greet you all and give a few words to represent the IEEE Indonesia section at the opening of this conference. And on behalf of the IEEE Indonesia section, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and warmest welcome to all keynote speaker presenters and participants to the International Conference on Cyber and IT Service Management, held as a hybrid conference at Yogyakarta, Indonesia, and organized by UIN Jakarta, International Institute for Advanced Science and Technology, Binus University, Raharja University, and Universitas of Sufism and Modern Science. Distinguished guests, colleagues, researcher, professional, ladies and gentlemen, as we all aware, digital technology are capable to induce digital disruptions and thus have far-reaching effect on the business environment of incumbent organization. And in order to remain prosperous, it's crucial to foresee the trajectories of technological changes, to assess related threats and opportunity, and to strategize accordingly. And some appropriate method must be utilized to build the knowledge foundation for driving effective digital transformation strategies. We all know that before the pandemic, the debate was ranging over the impact of artificial intelligence and automation on human jobs. But then during this difficult time, the technology are supporting humanity in conquering the deadly virus anyway. And from the identifying infection hotspot to facilitating diagnosis, research, or keeping workers safe, AI and automation play a central role for tackling the pandemic. We also know that AI and automation definitely have an impact on how companies and process will evolve in near future and will give us the advantage to those who leverage the technology. And there is still a question how prepare and manufacture to adjust and how open they are trying to invest in this digital transformation. So I believe that the theme of this conference is very important in highlighting the innovation and to accelerate the shift to digital and fundamentally shaking up the living landscape. Distinguished guests, keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, IEEE Indonesia is a regional organizational unit of IEEE, as we all know, is founded in 1988 in Indonesia, and over the years, 34 years now, we have contributed to significantly for various activities, encourage science and technology for humanity in Indonesia. And we, together with all volunteers, members, and stakeholders, we have produced various activities supporting more than 70 high-quality conferences every year, including this conference, of course. And compared with the previous years, the conference supported by IEEE is increased by more than 50%. And we all know that the high qualified conference paper within the scope of IEEE is published by Explore Explore Digital Library, which indexed by Scopus Web of Science and any other major databases, with more than 6 million publication and more than 15 million download every month. IEEE also developed industrial standard, as we know, like IEEE 802 as a standard Wi-Fi that we use in our daily life. IEEE Indonesia also, we are holding more than 40 professional, technical, non-technical, and administrative activities every year for all our members. And in the beginning of next month, October, we will celebrate IEEE Days. Now under cooperation with the U.S. Embassy, we will do the IEEE Day at America in Pacific Place, Jakarta. So we encourage all of you to join with us. Since currently we have more than 2,900 Indonesian members and more than 80 senior members of IEEE, consisting of professional, industry, academia, and government researcher. We are also supporting and having more activities in 26 technical societies and chapters in Indonesia, including there are 33 university student branches. I also know that Raharja student branch also there, so let's enjoy that one. And of course, all these chapters become a forum for our members to have various international technical collaboration and social activities. And also in the next month, IEEE will conduct the IEEE Extreme 24 hours programming. All the activities with Indonesian Ministry of Education and Culture, Research and Technology Program, including taking part in the Campus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar. And as mentioned by Pak Rektor of Raharja University, we are also having a discussion with the new RUU Sisdiknas, and we are having some input for that. And of course, this collaboration will strengthen the development of Indonesian higher education, especially the 8 leading indicators of higher education. We are also exploring and already have an MOU with several Indonesian industry in various activities and involved in providing input for related government regulations. And last month ago, we already established the MOU with Indonesia Telecommunication and Digital Research Institute, or ITDRI, which is also known as Telkom Corporate University, in learning, research, and innovation collaboration through publication, empowerment, and education. Ladies and gentlemen, in this occasion, I would like to express my gratitude to all of the committee who have worked very hard in preparing this high-qualified IEEE conference. I'm very aware that putting together a conference of this size is not an easy task. Therefore, I sincerely hope for your cooperation and active participation in all of this program. This is a 10th conference in series, so I really congratulate Pak Husni Teja and all the committees succeeded to have 10 years of this conference activities. So as requested by organizer, please allow me with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim to officially open the International Conference on Cyber and IT Service Management, CITSM 2022. Please share your best knowledge in your area of research and professional activities. Please stay active, stay healthy. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, give big applause for us, and thank you for Dr. Ing Wahyudi for the speech, and officially CITSM 2022 is open. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to hear the keynote speech, which will delivered by Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman.
Professor Abdul Wahab started his career with Hewlett, then given the post of R&D project manager since 1982. He has worked in Singapore and Colorado, USA prior to joining the faculty member of Nanyang Technological University, Singapore in 1990. In 2009, he joined the Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Professor Abdul Wahab had published more than 100 conferences, journals, patent and book chapters in areas of digital and optical computing, signal processing, artificial intelligence, and neuroscience and computing.
Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman has joined to the Zoom meeting, and the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And good morning to everybody, His Excellencies, professors, doctors, participants of the conference. Good morning to all of you. Let me first of all share my slide here. Okay, can you see my slide? Okay, what I'm going to do is that let me straight away zoom into what I want to present. Like what Prof. Wahyudi mentioned, what is important in whatever that we do is that first, maybe all of you need to publish as an academician or as faculty members. And if you don't publish, then they said you will perish. But of course, other than publish, what is the next important thing in doing research is to make sure that we are able to contribute to the community at large. And this is the greatest challenge for any academician, faculty members, especially for engineers. And one of the biggest hurdle in trying to implement whatever that we have done in research is that there are a lot of processes that you have to go through in order that other communities can actually benefit and use whatever that we have research into. And this is one of the areas that I would like to remain focused. I've been doing this work on understanding the brain, the functionality of the brain and so forth for quite some time, since I landed into Malaysia in KL. And what I want to do is give you an example here of how we can actually make use of our research and then transform them into something useful that the community at large can appreciate, can use them, okay? Rather than research for the sake of just research, or research and then publish and that's it, we forget about it. I think that's not the idea of doing research. Research is something that we want to pursue further. Especially in the IT industry, you find that continuing research from the stage of research into benefiting the community will be something that can be done much easier than doing mechanical type of engineering research. Okay, so I think most of you can appreciate that. And this time, my examples will be more on the neurophysiological interface framework, on how we can use that particular framework. In this case here, I'm focusing on blended care in health and wellness industry. Why? The reason is because we know that after the COVID, the post-COVID situation, a lot of the situation where we have mental health problem and so forth, we have students under distress, workers under distress, and problem with stress, problem with anxiety, problem with depressions, all this needs to be handled. But our biggest problem is that we do not have enough psychologists, enough psychiatrists to go around, as far as what we do. And so in this particular case, I would like to, in this case here, look at alternative, in trying to help or assist our psychologists and psychiatrists in that particular context. Okay, that is why I'm talking here about blended care, how we can do blended care, and hopefully that whatever that we started off here in Malaysia, we can actually expand into Indonesia, into the Asian region, and so forth. So first, I will introduce the concept, and then after that, I will talk about how we can actually do it. Okay. I'm not going to talk about this abstract. If you ever read in this particular statistics, you will find that almost 1 in every 5 Australian, is experiencing mental illness in any given year. And this becomes critical because can you imagine that for every 1 out of 5 population in Malaysia, in Indonesia, that we have to really take care of mental health issue, be it a simple stress or depression or anxiety issues, but we need to handle them. So in this particular case, I think it becomes a grave concern, especially this is in 2018. Okay, especially can you imagine that after the post-COVID, it will be even much higher. So that is why it becomes important and critical for us to actually address the issues of mental health. And of course, this is also the pre-COVID. Okay, in Malaysia, we found that employees under stress, is very, very high. Now, in fact, I think I'm not going to go into the detail, and you will find that people who goes to work, about a few percentage of them, maybe about 50%, find that they are overstressed, overworked, and in the end, they couldn't sleep well. And sleep becomes very important, in our daily life. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm first going to introduce what I call the affective space model. Okay, and then I will talk about emotion, stress, correlation, and what are QEEG. QEEG, sometimes people call it as quantitative EEG or qualitative EEG. Both I can provide you with the definition. And then the 5-factor modeling of behavior, how we can actually model our behavior by looking at the brainwave patterns. Okay, and then what is dysphoria and how we can actually monitor dysphoria, and maybe some of us may want to go into a more detailed research into what is dysphoria. I'm not talking about gender dysphoria, I'm talking about dysphoria in general. Okay, and if we have time, I will talk about porn addiction and some of the work that we have done in Indonesia, in Jakarta, in trying to identify some of this porn addiction. I don't think I want to talk about autism detection and so forth. First of all, this is what we call the affective space model. The affective space model here defines what is basically the valence. And if you notice, the valence here refers to the unpleasant or pleasant. And then the activation here refers to the amount of activation. In other words, from deactivation all the way up to activation. Example here, we can see that if you are happy, when anybody is happy, that means you are very pleasant or positive valence, and you have positive activation. And if your positive activation is very high, then you get excited, okay? Even if you are in the pleasant situation. But if you feel sleepy, normally you are in the unpleasant situation, okay? And you are in the deactivation or negative activation, okay? But of course, some may say that sleepy comes under calm, you know? So does that mean that if I'm sleepy, I'm really calm? Now, the situation is that in our research, we found that calm is a situation when you have already been sleeping, okay? But be careful when you are not sleeping. Example, when you're wide awake, okay, and your delta wave is very, very high, then there is a problem with your neurons because your neurons are not firing correctly, that you may have to see a brain surgeon in order for you to really understand what is going on. But anyway, whatever it is, this effective space model becomes important and critical for us to understand the stress, depression, or anxiety in this particular case. Okay? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to basically already introduce to you what is emotions and the various two-dimensional activation and valence of the emotion. And from there, we're going to extract those information and we're going to try and analyze them. Understanding emotional stress from the trajectory of the valence and arousal that can help us profile patient. By having us to profile each individual patient, we are able to provide the kind of care or blended care that we need to do as far as the individual patient. And this blended care, as I mentioned, can be done online, okay, if need be. In other words, this is something that we, actually my friend and myself, we have been doing it in the Netherlands, by which in the Stroke Coach laboratory, what we have done is we first introduced the client or the subject in this particular case to come to the center, and then we actually try to understand what is happening as far as the individual is concerned. And on other visits, we allow individual to do their own what we call the care or blended care at their own home. Because of the technology, we can do it online and we can monitor the progress online too. Okay. So mini emotion can help stress management through awareness management and neurophysiological interface, or we call it the NEPIA, is the one that we are using in this particular case to have the extension, okay, as far as our research are concerned. Of course, most of you who have already done some of the EEG and you have seen the EEG, this is an example of how we actually monitor the brainwave patterns. For those who are interested, you can join our group at the International Islamic University and do the research on the brainwaves and understand how the brainwaves function and so forth. In fact, we are going to have more workshops and training as far as the QEEG and the EEG are concerned, so that we want to try and help people, especially academics, be it if you are an IT person, you are a neurologist, or even not a neurologist, psychiatrist, psychologist, to understand the functionality of the brain. In fact, this coming, next week, we are going to have another 2-day session, okay, which is a workshop that is going to train academicians, okay, on understanding brainwaves and the practicality of doing brainwaves and so forth, analysis. Okay. Traditional way of personality assessment, okay, has been through self-reporting tools. In other words, you go to a psychiatrist, you go to a psychologist, and what they will give you is they will give you a psychological tool, and you have to fill up the questionnaire, and from the questionnaire, they will give you the measurement. The measurement depends on the intended responses. Results are affected by the individual subjectivity, of course, the cultural biasness and environment. Why I say that? Because it depends on your pre-emotion sometimes. It depends on what you want to do. And some people do do try to have their own assessment of what they want the results, okay, of the assessment to be. And this one here will basically not give you an accurate results to the assessment tools that you are using. And it can be due to misremembering, for example, or misunderstanding and falsifying information. So in that particular case, the accuracy, if I'm not mistaken, even in psychologists and psychiatrists, they will allow about plus minus 10%, okay, of the accuracy to make sure that they do not cover, the plus minus 10%, as far as the responses or the assessment tools are concerned. Okay? We are going to introduce, rather than we put aside all these psychological tools, we say we are going to use that psychological tools. And one of the psychological tools that we're going to use is the personality questionnaire. We call it the NEO-FFI personality questionnaire, where in this particular case, we can determine the 5-factor, which is neuroticism, extroversion, the openness, agreeableness, and conscientiousness of the individual. Okay? And how do we, in this particular case, correlate those things to what we measure on the EEG? Okay, so we then do the EEG-based emotion recognition system so that I can have the valence and the arousal when this individual is happy, the valence and arousal when this individual is fear, the valence and arousal when he or she is sad, and then the valence and arousal when he or she is calm. So with this 4 quadrant that I have as far as the valence and arousal, now I can try and map that, okay, into this personality trait. Okay. Now, of course, in the case of the EEG measurements, I will have the individual to understand or to view what is happy, what is fear, what is sad, and what is calm. And these are the standard international affective pictures that you are going to use it for reference. So, and with all these references and so forth, I can try to now correlate this measurement to the standards as far as this personality questionnaire are concerned. So they are all based on psychological standards. So therefore, I have one psychological standards that I'm using, and now I'm going to correlate them. And so what I did was I have about 22 participants in this particular experimental setup. Okay, and with that, I can extract about 11,000 instances. Okay, and the initial period, which is called the resting state of eyes closed and eyes open, becomes important and critical. Other than that, I have that 4 emotion that I was saying as far as the reference emotion. And then I get the individual to do the personality test. Okay, and I'm using the 19 channel, okay, the 19 channel EEG device, okay, which is actually the European required standard for all EEG measurement, okay, that we want to do. Even though we found lately that we don't really need all 19 channel. Our old devices which are using the 8 channel is also sufficient, but in this case here we're using the 19 channel, okay. Now, so the measurement of the NEO-FFI in this particular case will give you values that tells you what are the score, whether you are scoring very low, low, average, high, or very high. We also include the trait type. In other words, whether it is -1, +1. Okay, so that in this case here, we just have a binary score rather than saying that I'm going to have the discrete score in this case here, but it's just a binary 1 or 0 score. Okay. What we have done is that with all those measurements, we did the correlation, like I mentioned earlier, and we can extract the formulation or the model equation, okay, when we are doing the N, the neuroticism, okay, and we found that the calm of the arousal becomes important and critical. By having these particular factors, okay, or the model in the equation, we have an error rate of about less than 11%, okay, less than 11%. And if I'm using the trait type, in other words, the binary type, with the binary type, using also still the arousal of the cum, I can have an accuracy of less than more than 85%. Okay, more than 85%. So I think that's not bad. Okay, in this particular case. Now, in the case of E, okay, or extroversion, if I use the T-score, I can get as good as 20%. Okay, and this is based on the valence of the set and valence of cum. Okay, that's a combination. But if I use the trait type, okay, which is quite interesting, in this case here, I use a valence of the set, valence of cum, and the valence of fear. Okay, and this can give me up to an accuracy of 95%. 95%. So this is pretty good, you know. So at least now, if I want to measure extroversion, in this case here, I know that, hey, I can get as accurate as 95%, you know, to know whether this particular individual just by looking at the valence, okay, of those references. Okay, and of course, these are all done during resting state, okay, during resting state. And openness here, I find that it's quite difficult to use the T-score, but if I use the trait type, I can use the setness there, and I can get up to 15% error rate, okay, which is not that bad, okay. The only thing that I couldn't do is the A, okay, aggressiveness, agreeableness. And for the conscientiousness, which is very interesting because we need to know about conscientiousness. If I use the fear, okay, and fear for conscientiousness is the one that can give me an accuracy of more than 90%. Okay, so therefore, in this case here, what I'm trying to say is I can make use of all this to understand individual behavior. From that individual behavior, I can now profile that individual, and I can now understand the kind of care or blended care that I can provide as far as mental health to this particular individual. Okay. And of course, in this particular case, whatever that I've been doing here correlates to the 5-factor questionnaire, okay, that the psychological instruments has used. Okay. I'm not going to talk more about this particular conceptual framework because it just tells you from the results that personality and emotion has a very strong correlation, and that results in the behavior itself. Okay, so therefore we can now correlate between personality and the emotion, and instead of doing the questionnaire, I can just monitor the EEG patterns of the individual, and from the EEG patterns of the individual, I take a look at the resting state, and I can now derive the behavior type or the personality trait in this particular case. Okay, I want to switch gear. Rather than using the personality types, in the case of stress analysis, you know, rather than going into stress, depression, or the anxiety, I want to go into what I call dysphoria. Dysphoria are the pre-stress, okay, before you get into stress. So I want to go into that kind of situation so that I can profile this individual, and whenever I notice there is a change, I can then look into what are the kind of blended care that I can provide to the particular individual, okay? As you know, some of you may, especially the psychologists, you know that they use DAS. DAS is the Depression, Anxiety, and Stress Scale instrument or questionnaire. There are the 21 or the 42 items, okay? And this can measure the depression, anxiety, and stress. Whereas all other instruments, can only measure like PSS, BDI, and the ASI, can only measure certain type of either depression, anxiety, or stress. The other one is the NDS. NDS here is the Nepean Dysphoria Scale, and it's a 24-item questionnaire. And these are the two that we are using, okay, as far as the psychological instruments to give us some idea as far as the individual is concerned. So that again, I want to try and correlate that, okay, correlate to the emotion that I can measure from the brainwave patterns. Okay. Here I have, as far as DAS is concerned, these are normal subjects. We actually took some students, especially doing PhD work, you know, and also some student doing some other work, but they are mainly students. And we couldn't find any, abnormalities, like depression, anxiety, or stress in this particular case. They're all normal students. So it's very difficult, okay? But on the other hand, I actually make use of the NDS score. And in the NDS score, I find that, for example, subject 1 and 2 is quite mild, okay? Subject 3, they're quite severe, okay? And then subject 7 are quite severe, and subject 9 are quite severe. So these are the 3 subjects, okay, which is 3, the 7 and 9, which I want to focus on, okay, and measure the emotion criteria from the brainwaves and see what are the kind of things that we can get or we can extract out of this guy here. And we found that by looking at the emotion, the negative emotion of these subject 3, 7, and 9 actually are very, very negative. Okay, very negative. So in this case here, that negative emotion has a very strong correlation, okay, to the dysphoria in this case here. And it does correlate that, if you have a very negative emotion at your resting state. In other words, when you close your eyes, and then we can measure that you have a negative emotion, then we would like to really bring you into the next level and let you go through our neurofeedback session, okay, and have you to go into this blended care, okay, that we want to do, okay? So I think that's what it is basically. So I want to show you, okay, how technology in this case here, using the EEG devices and correlating that through the analysis of the QEEG, qualitative EEG, we can now extract the emotion, okay, based on the nominal, okay, or the reference of the standard reference that we are using, that we can now extract it, and we can now have a good idea as far as profiling the individual and how to tackle any mental health issue that we have with this individual. I want to switch gear. Do I still have time? I think I do, right? Okay, I want to switch gear now. And this is something that we have done, which I want to show you, okay? And what are the kind of blended care that we can do for our children, okay, in this particular age. In fact, what is more important here is that I want to show you the frequency band. In measuring the EEG, we have the different band, okay, from the delta band to the gamma band to the alpha to the beta, and then to the a higher beta band, okay? The protocol that we are going to use, the participants that we have, and this is something that we have worked together in Indonesia with one of the work that we have done. And then we're going to show you how we can extract information about addiction. In this case here, we are focusing on porn addiction. When the individual or the student or the children actually close their eyes and we try to monitor the brainwave patterns, okay? Okay, let me tell you about the protocol. It's the same protocol, but what is more critical here is that we still have the reference of the happy, calm, sad, and fear. These are the 4 emotions that we always use as a reference because that gives you the 4 quadrant. And that 4 quadrant becomes important and critical. All the other analysis, okay, of the memorization, the executive tasks, and so forth are something secondary that we are not going to go into the analysis. But I'm not going to go into the detailed analysis of the valence and arousal for this particular work, but I just want to show you the power of EEG. The power of EEG that can help us extract information about the executive function. Okay, let me bring you in this particular case, we have 14 healthy participants, 5 girls and 9 boys participate in these experiments. Their ages are varied from 13 to 15 years old. And what we do is we measure the delta wave, the theta wave, the alpha wave, and we look at the spectrum. In other words, we look at the spread of all this power, the power spectrum, okay? So that we have a very good idea, okay, of how the distribution of the power. Now, as you can see from here, let me try and use the laser here. As you can see from here, I would just want to focus on the frontal area here. For the delta wave, the frontal area here is kind of in the green region. Well, it's not too bad. And here you have a greater power on the right side, okay, where the right side is active. I just want to focus on the frontal area here, which gives us information about the executive function, okay? And here I have also the frontal area for the alpha, okay, and here for the beta, okay, the beta 1, beta 2, and the gamma. I do not want to focus on the gamma because gamma is too high. Okay, I just want to focus on the theta, alpha, and the beta wave. Okay, so let's take a look at the second subject. You can see from here, the theta wave is quite high. The alpha wave here is kind of average. Okay, and beta wave is also average in this particular case. Okay. Interesting here. The alpha waves getting blue, which is cold. It's not functioning. The frontal area is not functioning as far as alpha wave is concerned. Okay, but the beta wave here is still moderate, or in this case here is average. Okay. Here the alpha wave, you see, is very, very low. Okay, very low. Okay, that tells you that as far as the nominal alpha wave are nominal wave, okay, of the brain. The brain must have alpha wave as a functional wave. Okay. The beta wave is the excitation wave, the excitation wave. If somebody is very excited, you will find that, you get very, very late, right here. Okay, that means it is very, very excited about things. Okay, and of course, we have here the alpha wave again, which is nominal. Okay, and here only the right side for the beta wave. Okay, here the alpha wave is active. Okay, and the beta wave is also nominal in this case here. Okay. I will not go through the detail of it, but I want to plot. I have actually plotted, okay, and gives you information about, in this case here, when I say that it is a 1 here, a 1 here refers that, hey, as far as the psychological instrument is telling me that this individual, S10, S9, S1, S11, S6, and S14, S3, S12, and S13, they are all addicted. They are all addicted to porn. But the individual here, okay, that here I have, S4, S2, all these, okay, are not. Okay, they are not addicted to porn according to the values given by the by the psychological instrument. So this is based on the alpha wave, and then I have one based on the theta wave. Can you make the comparison there? You can see right at this particular junction here to differentiate between addicted and non-addicted here, between addicted and non-addicted here. So you can see that as far as the addicted is concerned, okay, you want to have very distinct. Okay, that means I want to be able to differentiate between addicted and non-addicted straight away. But unfortunately, of course, you cannot. So that is why I derive this fuzzy function here that tells you, hey, you know, yeah, we do have that trapezoidal or whatever it is that you call it, okay? But of course, in this case, it's even more difficult. I can only differentiate between S1, okay, maybe S13, okay, S7, and S5. And the rest I cannot differentiate. Okay? So therefore, it's almost impossible, okay, for the theta wave. And for the beta wave, it's even worse as the theta wave. So therefore, in this case here, my best bet is if I can use the alpha wave, okay, then I can have a very good idea to differentiate between, okay, this one here is addicted and the blue color here is non-addicted. And these are the gray area. Gray area is fine, you know, I think they may have some problem, okay, that we may have to handle them. And in this particular case, we can, depending on the biasness that we have, we can put them into either the non-addicted or addicted. Which is quite interesting because some of them here, which is said to be, in this case here, non-addicted like S4 here, and we found that actually S4 is an addicted. Actually, S4 is addicted, although in this particular case, it is found to be non-addicted. As far as the brainwave patterns is concerned, anything that is active above 8,000, the frontal area here, then you'll find that the frontal area is just too active, okay? And no, it is not easy for this individual to be addicted, okay? So it is not addicted in this particular case. So the conclusion here is that we found, okay, addiction can be detected based on the following. One is analyzing eyes closed. We let the student close their eyes for the different band, okay? We just look at the frontal and it shows the potential with a strong disparity. In other words, between addicted and non-addicted, they're quite strong, okay? So therefore, and it matches with, in this case here, at least 90% of whatever findings that you get from the psychologists. Okay, although theta and beta has been used for detecting ADHD, but for addiction purposes, alpha band, which is the activity, okay, alpha band activity, which is normal activity, okay, shows a better detection. So I'm talking about normally. I'm not talking about having to provide high beta, whatever it is. No. I'm just talking about those kind of situations. Okay, so therefore, in this case here, we can use that, okay, as a basis for us to understand, and from there we can then introduce this blended care. And one of the care that I think we can do is to allow more functionality towards the frontal area. In other words, how do we make sure that the frontal area here becomes more active? Of course, research has to be done. And like Professor, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Professor Badri, he's one of our psychologists here in IIUM. And he encouraged us, you know, if we have problems with addiction and so forth, is to look at the frontal and try to tackle the executive function. And that executive function, we can do a lot more by making sure that a lot of blood actually flow into that particular function. But of course, the next step is to use what we call the near-infrared topography and so forth to actually analyze them. But I'm not going to go into the detail for this particular paper. What I'm going to do is that I want to encourage that now we can do it, and we can now do the next level, which we can profile them, and we can tell the individual of what are the kind of blended care that we can do for this particular student in this particular case. Okay, so more work can be done in analyzing the executive function. So in this particular case, so summary, neurophysiological NPIA can be used to measure thus what we have done just now, dysphoria, okay, of individual through the use of brainwave analytics. Precursor emotion, the one you have emotion during your eyes closed, these are precursor during idle state, can be used to understand individual ability to withstand dust. Robustness of the measurement due to non-generalization can be overcome. In other words, we use the standard IAPS, okay, International Affective Picture Standards, okay, by which these standards is being known as far as the psychologists and so forth. Usefulness of the 5-factor behavior correlation, okay, can help provide customized intervention. In other words, like I said, one of the things that we can do now for blended care is we have a very good idea of the kind of intervention that you want to do for the individual, once we have provided the kind of profiling. So profiling can be used for individual developments also in addition to just the blended care. Okay, I'm going to stop there. If you have any question or any other thing, please do so. If you are interested to know more, you can email me. Or you can even contact Pak Husni. I think if some of you do not know how to get me, I am in IIUM. You can easily contact me on that. We are now building what we call the Neuro Coach Digital Lab. Inshallah, if everything goes on well, the Neuro Coach Digital Lab should be ready and available to be used by October, hopefully. Okay. And you can come and and participate. And if you want to use them, the lab itself, let us know. And for UIN, we have collaboration with UIN for quite some times, and we are going to continue that collaboration. For any other institution or even IEEE, if you are interested to participate together with us, we are more than happy. And inshallah, may Allah bless all of us and provide us, berkah in whatever that we do. Inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give big applause for Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman. And thank you for your presentation about the Neuropsychological Interface Framework, or NPIF, for blended care in health and wellness industry. Once again, thank you, Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman, for giving us such information and interesting speech. Thank you, and thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing the next agenda, but we will still waiting the Professor Dr. Untung Raharja for a minute. Okay, maybe all the participants in Zoom meeting, if you had a question, please send a message in comment column. Okay, Professor Dr. Untung Raharja has come, and we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to hear the keynote speech, which will delivered by Professor Dr. Untung Raharja, MTI MM.
Professor Dr. Insinyur Untung Raharja, MTI MM, is the head of DPW ADI Banten, professor at the University of Raharja. He is also a senior member of IEE. In 1988, Untung Raharja earned a BSc from the University of California, Berkeley. Later that year, he also earned a master's and a PhD in management from the College of Economics and Business at the University of Persada, Indonesia. His area of interest for research is blockchain, particularly how it might be used in renewable energy and education. The Indonesian Ministry of Education also awarded him the 2021 World Class Professor Grant and Fund for its Alphabet blockchain startup.
The time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. International Conference on Cyber and IT Service Management. I was invited by my good friend, Mr. Dr. Husni. Yeah, I'm here now in Yogyakarta, very beautiful city, and right at the center of the city, I'm staying in this MALIOBORO hotel. Yeah, like you can see in the background from here. So I'm in front of hundreds of exciting participants in front of me, and also join in this Zoom. We have about how many people? Also a few hundred people, close to 500 people. I would like to express warm welcome to everybody who participate in this exciting international conference. Yeah. And I'm happy to have the opportunity to share with you about what I have been doing and what I know. Earlier, we listened to Professor Wahab's excellent presentation. Yeah, I was very amazed, and I hope to learn more from Professor Wahab. And I also know that Professor Wahab is also an expert in blockchain. So hope from this presentation, I would get some advice and insight from Professor Wahab so that we can work on this particular research into more depth. So I don't know how many people in this room and also in all the participants of CITSM already know about blockchain technology. So you can actually, to make this this presentation more entertaining and more communication, so you can write down in the chat comment below how far you know about blockchain, how interested are you in terms of blockchain, and maybe you have a positive thinking about blockchain, or I'm not surprised if you also have a negative impression about blockchain, because from the news publicity, not very much something good about blockchain. But as I personally myself that has been working on this particular technology, I realize that there are so many potential in this area of research. Blockchain has been implemented in so many places, so many area of business, but particularly I'm interested in blockchain technology for education, or in short, we call it BTE. So if you look into Google Scholar or Scopus, there are already a few publications. Some are prestigious publication too about blockchain technology for education. So this is what I would like to share with you. My name is Untung Raharja, and people normally, my friend normally call me UR. You can simply just call me UR also, yeah. And this is actually about 14 slides that I have already prepared, and it's about 35 minutes of presentation. So bear with me. I will try to make this presentation as simple as possible, because I pretty much sure that we have a wide range of audience, starting from the expert one until maybe is something very new about blockchain. So what is the takeaway? Meaning that what do we expect to learn from this presentation? So I was hoping that in this particular area of research, blockchain technology for education, I can entice or invite more people to be interested in this domain. Yes. So only in this society now, only with good collaboration we can make our dreams come true. So I'm expecting that more people will be interested in this blockchain technology for education, and more people will participate. Let's move on to the next slide. Okay, this is the rundown of the presentations. First, I probably would like to talk a little bit about myself. how I involved in a few keynote speech, particularly about blockchain, my publication, and also grant, all in related to blockchain, meaning that I am actually having quite a broad range of activities. Like I'm also interested in researching about renewable energy. Yeah, so I received a few grants on renewable energy. Next, I also interested in artificial intelligence. So I also received a few grants in artificial intelligence. But something interesting that I found out in between is that when we go deeper and deeper into it, everything is kind of connected. So renewable energy is actually connected to artificial intelligence and also very connected to blockchain. So that is what the world it is now. Okay, next we want to talk about the urgency of blockchain. Yeah, why now? Why not later? Why not last time? And so on. Why we have to do it now? And blockchain has been implemented in many areas of our business, of our world. Yeah. So some of the implementation has been deep, has been mature. Yeah. And people already receive their benefit. Yeah. Their significant benefit. But not much on education. So if you are running a dissertation or a thesis, maybe you want to take a master degree or PhD degree and you want to do something like a blockchain for education. Normally, we got challenged or protest from our supervisor, our promoter, yeah, saying that this is not something urgent. Yeah, not many people doing this. Yeah, and due to the lack or the challenges in blockchain, we actually not practical to implement it in education. So I would like to say that many of our technology who is mature now, 10 years ago, it was like that also. Yeah, people complain about it. For example, like camera. Last time is actually the simple camera that we are using, yeah, where we press a button. Before that, we fill it up with film. We press button 36 times. After that, we bring it to the shop and try to wash and print. Yeah, but after that comes new technology where you can have digital camera. You use something similar to camera. You press a button and then it was stored in digital form. Later on, we combine that technology into the phone. But during the process, year by year, people complain that they thought that this kind of technology will never work. That means we will get some famous people complaining about it and say that this technology will never work. But of course, behind it, there are a lot of good people. That means very persistent people working on it bits by bits until one day, and now the world that we are living, we have a perfect technology of digital camera. It appears on all your handphone, your Samsung phone, yeah, iOS, Android, yeah. We have so beautiful camera, yeah, in such a way that the last time our camera is not usable anymore. So this is what we call disruption of technology. So what I'm saying is that education that we are facing now, like for example the speech that Dr. Abbas was saying, that we are facing a lot of challenges in education. Okay, and so lots of demonstration, and then our country is not prospering because of the difficulties in education. When we know that education is having a problem, so we ask how can we solve it, and we have lots of answers for that purpose. Okay, some people say that okay, increase government spending. some people say that educate the teachers and so on and so on. But if people ask me how to solve education problems in Indonesia, I would say blockchain for education. So later on, we kind of convinced the urgency of doing blockchain. So if I am doing master degree or dissertation or PhD degree, I would challenge my supervisor that this is something urgent that we have to do it now, yeah, in order to solve our education problem. Okay, later on I would like to talk about basics of blockchain. Yeah, this kind of like bore some people who is already expert in blockchain, but I know because of the span, the variety of the audience in this conference, I would like to touch on it. So hopefully I can make it fun to talk about it. And then we touch a little bit about many different kinds of application of blockchains, yeah, particularly in maybe cryptocurrencies, yeah, fintech, and so on. And after that, actually come to the main topic is actually about blockchain for education. I would like to talk small parts of the blockchain for education. Actually, there are lots of variety that blockchain for education can be worked on. And lastly, yeah, after talking about all these things, yeah, I would very much like to know a lot more people, and then after that we can have discussion. I'm happy to open special discussion after this speech, yeah, and then we can talk for hours. It's okay, yeah. We can collaborate. So this is a little bit about myself, yeah. I have been invited to speak in a lot of big conference. Particularly, they like to know what I want to talk about blockchain, yeah. And I'm always happy to be invited, and I always like to come to talk about what I know, what I have been working on, and I got to meet a lot of new interesting people. Some of them are much more senior than me, meaning that I have to learn from them, yeah. And some of them are just new, and I'm also happy to talk to people, new people. They will try to climb the ladder slowly, work on more simple things until we can collaborate a lot of things. Particularly, we can collaborate in publication, research and publication. So I've been doing that a lot, yeah. And for that purpose, I also have been receiving quite a number of grants, yeah. And those grants come from the Ministry of Education in Indonesia. Particularly, I would like to emphasize that half of the grant is about blockchain. So I'm happy and proud that if other people from other countries would like to find out more about research that has been going on about blockchain, they will search by themselves through Google Scholar and Scopus, and they will find us. And after that, we can partner and do research together. Okay. So hang on. Okay, my daughter was calling, so should I answer it? Okay, I just answer it and say because I'm not holding my handphone now. Okay. Hi Che, how are you? I'm in front of thousands of people presenting about blockchain. So bear with me, and I will talk to you again later this afternoon. Okay, bye. Sorry for that interruption. But if I don't take it, she will keep calling. Okay. So other than that, I would like to also mention so that we know that I have published a lot of papers. Some of them I'm happy and honored because it's prestigious, like in Q1, Q2, and so on, yeah. And that is actually my golden ticket to bring me to get the professorship. Okay, so altogether there are 59 papers that is in Scopus, yeah, and a few hundred other papers in Google Scholars. Particularly, there are altogether 16 papers about blockchain. I would like to mention a few in this presentation. Yeah, my paper is actually quite simple. Yeah, not too difficult to comprehend. Yeah, so that's about it. Yeah, I have done postdoctoral research on blockchain with my professor in University of Indonesia, Professor Nizar. Yeah. I got grant for that, so I do the postdoctoral research on blockchain. And actually, I kind of like do it again in UTM, University Technology Malaysia, with Professor Asri, yeah, and it's also about blockchain. So many things that we can do together actually, yeah, so be motivated. Okay, that's all about publications. And then this one. According to Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So that is what Nelson Mandela said, and I'm sure that everybody in this conference agree about that. At least agree that education is very important to all of us. So when China in the beginning is trying to build their country, they focus on education first. That's the number one. Or for another example, Japan, when it is devastated by World War II because of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, yeah, the leader of Japan also start from education. Yeah. So this is undoubtedly we agree on each other. Okay. If we look at the world GDP, yeah, how much of the world GDP spent on education? If you look at the number, it is about 10%. It's actually already very big. But I'm saying that those are the number that is recorded. There's a lot more about education that is going on that is not recorded. And how about a country? How much GDP spend a country on education? Okay. And let's take, for example, our family. How much our family spend on education? Yeah, it's kind of big because our son, our daughter have to go all the way for the education, starting from kindergarten, primary, and so on until they are college, and it's still not enough until master degree and PhD degree. Yeah, some people even educate himself or maybe his wife or his husband to study further. So undoubtedly, education is very important to all of us. But as I said, the next question is how we can improve our education. So our education, for now, we have to agree in Indonesia is still not so good. There are so many challenges for that. Come to a question, how can we solve it? Some people say just increase government spending. But I would say blockchain for education is the key to solve our education. Not just to solve, to make it high quality, yeah, to make it useful. All right, this is the urgency of blockchain that I have already mentioned before, but let me mention a little bit more, because right now, 1 week or 2 weeks from now, yeah, I know very well because my rector is working on it that that people are working on big demonstration about something that is going very wrong about education, because they are going to pass new law that is very unfavorable to all of us. Okay, so from Mr. Budi Jatmiko, who is actually my very, very good friend, and he is the head of APTC, yeah, he has been talking in many conferences and speeches, yeah, that he is stressing the same thing as I do, that we can simply use blockchain for education and many of our problems can be solved. Okay, there are expensive expensive costs that we have to pay in order to work on accreditation. That means if we have a study, a university, you need to be accredited. Yeah, but in Indonesia, those things are so complicated and so costly. Yeah, that actually we can simply solve by blockchain. Yeah. So I have my good friend, actually I call him my brother, and we are working together on this very much. And we are talking about big demonstration that is going to come around, yeah, possibly come around. I never know, yeah. And for this moment, I would like to stress that there is an urgency of blockchain, particularly in blockchain for education. A little bit about basic of blockchain. Yeah, I try not to bore everybody. Yeah. Let me start about blockchain. Who is the founder of blockchain? Okay, blockchain has been evolving, yeah, starting from the very early stage, and then suddenly it gets booming because of the success of Bitcoin, the success of Bitcoin. And the founder of Bitcoin is actually Satoshi Nakamoto. We normally start from there because before that, even though there is blockchain, but we never know that blockchain is going to be useful, is going to be important until the proof and the success of Bitcoin. Okay, but after the success of Bitcoin and everybody is trying to find out who is Satoshi Nakamoto, nobody knows. It's just an email there. It's just a Facebook. It's just an Instagram. Okay, but the real person, nobody knows. Until now, nobody knows. So we kind of say that blockchain, we have a founder who named himself Satoshi Nakamoto, and he prefer to remain anonymous even until now. Okay, so about blockchain, what kind of knowledge is blockchain? Actually, blockchain is multidiscipline. That means it comes from a few knowledge combined together to become blockchain. I would like to mention one by one briefly. Yeah. So blockchain heavily rely on accounting. Something like a basic accounting is everywhere in blockchain. But we have to know that blockchain, that accounting is very important. It's the foundation of the global entire world's finance system, finance banking system. Without accounting, ledger, without ledgering, there's no banking system, and we are not living in the world right now. Yeah, so blockchain will work a lot on accounting system. Okay, blockchain is also cryptography. Yeah, cryptography meaning that something that appear there, there's a cryptography there, a cryptographic signature that can authenticate the item. Yeah, and it's going to be really the only one in the world. Okay, cryptography is so complicated. It's actually mathematics. Yeah, but it's all over blockchain. Yeah, if you want to validate a block, you use cryptography. Okay, and then of course computer science. Yeah, we can never do blockchain in the past 10 years because our computational power is not powerful enough to do the blockchain. But now it's so different. Everyone is having something in a hand, yeah, a handphone which is so powerful, or something in your lap, on your lap, yeah, a laptop which is very powerful. Because of the advancement of computer science, we now have a blockchain. And then it is everything all about mathematics. So inside there, all the computational are done using the law of mathematics. Okay, there's a little bit about unboxing blockchain. This one we all know because we keep saying that we are in the revolutionary disruption era of Industrial 4.0. Okay, Industrial 1.0, that was a few hundred years ago. People are experiencing the same thing. Everything is changing so fast. Yeah, it's because of the steam power. And then Industrial 2.0 is because of the electrical energy. Okay, and then Industrial 3.0 is about all the automation. Yeah, computers and electronics. Yeah, computers has already come into surface and it revolutionized us, all of us. And in the Industry 4.0 is everything about web. Everything is all about connected from very far away, globally, meaning that if I do a small WhatsApp, somebody who is a few thousand kilometers away in America will instantly get the message. Or maybe in the North Pole or in the South Pole, they will get the message, okay? What happens if they don't have Wi-Fi? Okay, so now we are working on, that means iPhone, Apple, Tesla, they are working on, even though you don't have internet, even though you don't have Wi-Fi, you still can connect with each other, yeah, through satellite, okay? So those things will soon appear in front of all of us, that you actually don't need Wi-Fi, you just need satellite. What happens if you're in the room, you cannot see the satellite? There's another different things, okay? So, and then now, what about blockchain? I'm saying, yeah, I believe that blockchain will revolutionize us again to introduce us to industrial revolution 5.0. Nowadays, people has been talking about it already. Society 5.0, industry 5.0, and so on. What are those? If people ask me, I would say it is all about blockchain. It is also all about World Wide Web, but it is a web of value. Yeah? That means we can actually transfer, deliver value, not just information. If Industry 4.0, through our phone, when we deliver message, we are actually delivering information. Meaning that if I WhatsApp to you, meaning that I make a copy. I send you a copy. Yeah. If I say, hey, this is a very beautiful picture, and I send it to my friend, yeah, I still have the picture. That means I actually send you a copy. So nowadays, the World Wide Web is all about the web of information. Now we are going to change through blockchain to become web of value. Yeah, meaning like you can send money through the web. Yeah, you can send something valuable, something like gold through the web. Yeah, maybe you are arguing that we can do that now. Yeah, yes, you can do that, but everything is still through the third party, through intermediaries. Yeah, here we are saying that you can distribute value anywhere through this web without the involvement of any intermediaries. So we will talk about intermediaries later. Okay, so I keep going on. This is the blockchain social value proposition. What is the meaning of social value proposition? Meaning that they are promising something. Meaning that they are saying that if you deploy blockchain, if you implement blockchain, you will get those value. Yeah, those are still just promises. That means we are not sure that they can deliver those promises or not. But let's see what are their promises. What are their promises? Okay, so they are talking about trust. Trust or trustless. Yeah. Why we trust something? Because we start from not trusting it. Yeah. Let's say if I want to sell you a car. Okay. Whether I deliver you the car first or you deliver me the money first. I cannot trust you and you cannot trust me. After that, I need to find someone in between that, hey, you become the intermediaries, that I will pass you the money and he will pass the car, and then I can trust you so that this transaction can complete. Yeah. So it happens everywhere like that. Like the if you want to buy and sell house, it also happen like that. Yeah. And many things in the world. Maybe you don't see it, but it is there. Yeah. If you say that I use my handphone and I transfer money to my friend, is actually there are intermediary there. Yeah. There's a third person there. Yeah. So if you look at the last one here is disintermediation. Yeah. The banking system work as an intermediary, yeah. But blockchain is promising disintermediary. That means blockchain is promising that if I want to send money to you or vice versa, yeah, bank does not need to be in between. That is the promise of blockchain, yeah. But it is still a promise, not there yet, yeah. It is happening in Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, but we normally don't trust those things because those are very, very risky assets. A lot of people losing money there. So we kind of like thinking bad, negatively thinking about blockchain. Okay, let's talk about immutability. Immutability meaning that what you have committed, you cannot change anymore. Yeah, Once you commit, you cannot change anymore. Okay. For example, if I write something that I want to do something, and then I change my mind. So I take an eraser and I erase it, and then I rewrote what I want. Yeah. So that is called mutable. But in blockchain, we call it immutable. That means once you're in blockchain, you commit, you cannot change it. You cannot erase it. Okay. That is not happening in modern traditional way of what we are doing. Yeah. If we put something into the computer, we can change it. Okay. Let's say if I want to give this student a B, and later on I thought that this student is actually not good enough and need a C, so I just changed that B to C. Okay. Those are what the computer now is doing for us nowadays. Yeah. But in blockchain, saying that you cannot do that, because blockchain, once you commit, you cannot change it. So you might be asking, what happens if I actually really make mistake? Yeah, that person's supposed to get C, but at that time I was mistaken and I put a B. How can I change it? Isn't it bad for blockchain if it cannot be changed? Yeah. So the answer is, yeah. For example, if you write something and then you are wrong, and then you take eraser and erase it. Okay, that's bad. You cannot do it. But you can do this. After you write something and it is wrong, you can coret apa ya? Yeah, cross it. You can cross it and rewrite it. What is the correct one? Yeah, meaning that there is a track. There's a track there. You cannot just erase it until everything disappears. You cannot do that. Yeah, if you are changing it, there is a track record that you change it. Okay. So if I am the teacher and I give somebody a B and then I change it to C, okay, I can do that actually. In blockchain, I also can do that, but people can track your record. That means what you are doing, people know. If you are doing bad things, yeah, people know. Okay, and then some other things, they call it transparency. Transparency means that you cannot cheat and hide your hand behind your back and say that this is not you, that you're doing it. Yeah. So everything is so transparent in blockchain. Yeah. And there's a provenance. Provenance means that everything can be traced. Yeah. So this happened because of this, 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 because of this. From the very beginning, everything is traceable. This is called provenance. Yeah. So when we are talking about blockchain for education, where there is an accreditation and you just keep doing verification, verifying, authenticating, and so on, those things takes time. Yeah, those things are very costly. So with blockchain, those things are automatics. Okay? And then they are talking about self-sovereignty, which I want to talk a little bit about, the self-sovereignty, meaning that something that is in the blockchain, yeah, it belongs to you and that's it, that is belong to you. Nobody can change it, okay? For example, if I have a certificate and the certificate is under my name, okay, and I thought that this certificate is mine, but this certificate is registered in my university, okay, in my university server. So my university have all the authority to cancel it or to do anything. It's his authority. Even though I have graduated and I already have a certificate, ijazah, yeah, but they still can do that. What does that mean? That means that actually that certificate doesn't belong to you. Yeah, it belongs to the university because he can do anything to you. Yeah, but in the blockchain, once it is passed to you, that means it's yours. Yeah, the university cannot do anything more about it. Yeah, and if you want to deliver to show it to somebody else, it's your power. Yeah, otherwise, if it is recorded in the university server, the university will, without your permission, give it to many people. Maybe give it to the industry, maybe give it to other people that you actually don't want that person to see. Yeah, without your permission. So it's kind of like that things doesn't belong to you anymore. In the blockchain, those things are rightfully yours. Yeah, you have the total power of doing anything you want. Even though another example is like if you have money in blockchain, that means money in cryptocurrency. That is really everything you want. There is no bank that can intervene you, yeah, take your money away or stop you. Cannot do that. There's no government that can do that. Yeah, so we are talking about you have money that is self-sovereignty. Okay, I probably don't have much time because this already 11 o'clock already. So I kind of like briefly pass through this one. Those are actually recorded in my papers, like the one before. Yeah, I have papers writing about this. Yeah, about social value proposition of blockchain. I also have papers written on blockchain architecture. And I have one interesting paper also about the blockchain manifesto. Yeah, this one I copy the idea from the Agile manifesto. So you can take a look in Google, type Agile manifesto. So it's talking a lot about Agile. Yeah, Agile. But I'm looking into this into that perspective. Yeah. And I look into the blockchain manifesto, how the blockchain is really, really different from our traditional computing. Yeah, you can look into this paper if you like to. Yeah, okay, it's published in iCoris. Yeah, it's actually my good friend, Mr. Dr. Husni, organized. Yeah, every year. Okay, those are users in blockchain. So we have to be convinced that blockchain has been used all over the places. Some of them are significant. That means potential has already been implemented and is firm. Yeah, but some of them are still trying in the gray area. Particularly about education, they are actually really trying in the gray area. So this is actually what I've been working on during my postdoctoral degree with Professor Nizar, yeah, from University of Indonesia. So the underlying behind it is actually anything about certificate or ijazah, yeah, is easy to falsify and hard to verify. Yeah, gampang dijiplak, ya, tapi susah dibuktikannya. Yeah. So if you want to copy, yeah, jiplak, yeah, it takes a few hours, 1 or 2 hours, you can jiplak already. But if you want to verify, yeah, 2 weeks is not enough. Yeah, 3 weeks is not enough. Yeah, and it is also very costly. Sometimes it's like it's too expensive to verify. We just take it as it is, or we reassess. Okay. For example, if you are applying for a job, okay, and then you present a certificate, an ijazah, yeah, ijazah from University of Raharja, okay, and the employee, yeah, is doubtful, ragu-ragu, yeah, that is this ijazah asli or not, yeah, genuine or not. So if that employee, if that employer want to verify it, it takes a long time. Yeah, they have to call the university, and then they have to wait for them to access the server, and they have to ask permissions, and they have to pay money, and lots of times, yeah, just to verify whether it's true or not. Sometimes they do the shortcut. What is their shortcut? Their shortcut is just just accept those things as formality, and they reassess. The meaning of reassess, the means is like test, make a test again, test ulang. Okay, so that is the problem in our traditional world. Yeah, it's all about authentication, authorization, and verification. Yeah, in such a way that there's so many falsification happening. Yeah, like a doctor who is doing a practice which is actually not a good doctor. They falsify their document. Or a lawyer, yeah, they actually not a good lawyer, but they falsify the documents. Yeah, many malpractice happening all around us. Yeah, so it actually presents a serious socio-economic problem. That is what I'm saying about socio-economic problems. So through blockchain, because of the power of authentication, yeah, that you can easily verify yourself, yeah, and you can verify a document in just a few seconds, just through your handphone, yeah, it presents a power to change the world, and particularly to change the education. So I want to talk a little bit more. Maybe I still have another 5 minutes to talk about. Yeah, it's about my involvement in Travis blockchain. Yeah, Travis blockchain is actually a UK company. Yeah, where I have been closely working on them, helping them. Yeah, and they actually appoint me as the vice president of research and development for this Travis blockchain. They are trying to make an education system, yeah, using blockchain, yeah, where everything is exciting, just like Facebook, just like Instagram, where a lot of people involved in it. Okay, we have an education system for all ages, meaning that what happens if you're 5 years old, or what happens if you're 80 years old? Everything is all in there doing education, because people are saying, yeah, Chinese proverb is saying that education is for life. Yeah, there's no such thing as after 20 years old your education is finished. After that you don't educate yourself anymore. That's not true. Yeah, you educate yourself starting from the very beginning, 5 years old, until you are 80 years old. As long as you're still breathing, as long as you're still living, you actually need education. Yeah. What happens if a child which is 5 years old actually already complete a PhD degree? Let's say, for example, does it happen in the world? Yes, it happened in the world. Yeah, we call it very, very genius. This boy is actually 5 years old, 6 years old, but already complete a PhD degree and things like that. So people are clapping hands because of its genius. But actually, everybody can be a genius. But our society is actually trying to blockage all those things with rules, saying that if you are primary one, you at least has to be 7 years old. If you are secondary one, yeah, SMP class 1, you at least has to be how many years old, and so on and so on. Yeah, but those things are actually changing because of the digital world, because of the disruption era, and so on. But actually, this company is trying to be the agent of change, the enabler to change the education for the whole world. Yeah, become the next Facebook, but for education. Become the next Instagram for education. And I'm happy to be part of it, and have the opportunity to mention this in my presentation. So I also have one paper, yeah, in this conference, yeah. The paper ID is 62, yeah, and my team is going to present this, because I already do this keynote speech, so I'm not going to present this paper, yeah. It's about blockchain application in educational certificates and verification compliant with general data protection regulations, yeah. So this one I wrote it with my professor in UTM, yeah, Professor Asri Ngadi. So a little bit before I end, how we can collaborate. Yeah, I actually have a few papers about blockchain for education that is going on. Yeah, and actually we still need a lot of people participating in this project. Yeah. Participating in what sense? In all senses, yeah, including collecting papers, collecting data, yeah, including doing simulations, yeah, and of course including publication fee and so on, that we need more collaboration so that we can be successful further. And all those things is trying to aim for call for papers in this November. It's about 2 months from now, yeah. After this conference about CITSM, we hope that we can bring everybody, yeah, to join our next conference is ICCIT, yeah. You can join on the project that I have been working on halfway, or I'm sure that you have many interesting papers that is already ready and you got nowhere to go. I recommend this place, because this place is a IEEE conference. That means it's sponsored especially from IEEE. It's a prestigious conference. So how can you get in touch with me further? Yeah, you can email me. You can actually WhatsApp me. I will respond to you for sure. Yeah, email I kind of slow. And then from LinkedIn you also can connect me, from Twitter, from Instagram. I hope to see you soon, and I hope to become your friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Untung Raharja, MTI MM. Thank you for your presentation about blockchain technology for education, because crypto industry and blockchain is the first line for investor. Okay. Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab has left the Zoom meeting because has another needs or another event. So the participant who has asked to Mr. Abdul Wahab, maybe the committee will reply by email. Okay, well, the next one is question and answer session. For the audience who want to ask a question are invited, and we have already had more than 3 questions in here, and we can choose the 3 questions that can answer with Professor Dr. Untung Raharja, and we can choose from the first question from, I can read it clearly. Maybe I can read in Zoom meeting, or the committee help us to read. Yeah. Professor Untung can read the question.
Can you make it bigger?
Yeah. Can zoom in.
So where should I start from? I go from the one that have the name, okay? Because I don't know.
You can read clearly from Nin Alfai.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Ware, for your fantastic presentation on blockchain. I'm Ninda from Alphabet Incubator. According to your publication, Research and Grants, I have a question. How the novelty of blockchain technology can disrupt our education
sector
and
how to
prove
it.
Yeah.
Please, Prof.
Well, it's actually a long journey, yeah. But the novelty presents itself, meaning that not many people are doing it, and you are doing it. That means it's a novelty. But whether it is successful or not is still another question, and that comes to how you prove it. So time will prove. I would say, yeah. If you have a paper, you have a publication on that blockchain, you try to prove your theory, okay. And that works, because after that you get publication, yeah. But after that, does it really have society benefit? We never know. Time only will tell. Okay. So next question.
Okay, I will read from. Amelia Mutiara Zahrani.
Okay, Amelia.
Blockchain is a shared, immutable ledger that facilitates the process of recording transaction and tracking assets in business network. And assets can be tangible, a house, car, cash, land, or intangible, like intellectual property, patent, copyrights, branding. And virtually anything of value can be tracked and traded on a blockchain network, reducing risks and cutting costs for all involved. Why blockchain is important? Business runs on information. The faster it's received and the more accurate it is, the better. Okay, a blockchain network can track order, payment, accounts, production, and much more. And because members share a single view of the truth, you can see all details of transaction and to the end. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not question, I think, for the next. Okay. As the information above, the concern of the blockchain was part of information sharing. It must be related with
Okay,
data privacy.
one by one. Because
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I forget. So just
Oh, yeah.
to Amelia first.
Amelia,
okay?
yeah.
Thanks, Amelia, for your question. And I kind of see that you have a long explanation before your questions. You are questioning about the accuracy. Yeah. The accuracy blockchain from the social value proposition is saying that, convince us that the accuracy is absolute. Absolute means that jangan ditanya lagi, udah pasti benar gitu loh. Yeah, it's absolute. Yeah. They have the mathematics there, they have the computer science, they have the cryptography, making sure that the data and the information is valid. Yeah, nobody can tamper it, change it a little bit so that it will falsify the information. Nobody can do that. Yeah, and you don't even need to verify. You know what I mean? Yeah. If you see one information, you kind of like doubt that whether this information is correct or not. But through the technology of blockchain, we can be sure and no need to question it and just move on to whatever you are having. Yeah. You're talking about tangible and intangible assets. Yeah. Tangible asset is kind of like something that you can touch. You have a house, you have a car. Yeah. Those are assets. And is it tradable using blockchain? The answer is yes. Yes, you can trade using blockchain. You can never trade the house. Normally, you trade the documents. Okay, the document is the one that that is saying that the house belongs to you. Yeah, until somebody pay for it and the house document change hand. No longer your name, become other people's name. Yeah, and those things through blockchain can be run instantaneously, meaning that blockchain is promising that if you want to sell a house, you don't need to wait for weeks, paying brokers, paying notaries, which is very expensive. Yeah, sometimes hundreds of millions just to pay notaries to do it. But if this blockchain system works, you just can do it in a flip of hand. You just transfer money and the house immediately belong to you. So that's actually the theory, because nowadays it's still not like that yet. Yeah, but we see a lot of excitement around the blockchain. Yeah, for example, the NFT. Yeah, NFT booming also in Indonesia and also around the world, but also not for long. Yeah, now NFT kind of like go downhill also. Yeah, so many things are still changing. So we are in a changing world. I hope I answer you, Amel. Okay, what's next?
Okay, the next question from Rafif Safwan. I don't think blockchain is gonna be our future with how inefficient it is by replicating data across devices among participants consuming devices memory.
Sorry, which one? Which one?
Rafif Safwan.
Oh, Rafif Safwan, yeah. I don't think blockchain is going to be our future with how inefficient it is by replication, data access device among participants consuming device memory. Yeah, this is very good. Yeah, thank you for pointing out, Mr. Sorry, Mr. I cannot speak. Mr. Rafif. Yeah, thank you for pointing out. Like what I'm saying, that it faced many challenges. For example, when we are in the digital photography, yeah, it also in the beginning faced so many challenges that people will think that it will never work. If blockchain has been so nice already, yeah, without the problem that Mr. Rafif was saying, so why are we here talking about it? It's already everywhere around the world. Why it is not everywhere around the world is because of what Mr. Rafif was saying. Yeah, it is consuming energy. Yeah, it is replicating. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Yeah, but people in the blockchain community try to research and find other types of mining. Yeah, this one, Mr. Rafis is talking about mining. Okay, how we mine Bitcoin. And how we mine Ethereum is already entirely different things. And how about other blockchain? They do other types of mining algorithm. Actually, to make it efficient, less data replication, yeah, and what else? Yeah, and some other problems, yeah. We face problem, we try to solve it. That is what I'm saying, yeah. If Mr. Rafif is not interested, meaning that Mr. Rafif doesn't want to go into this arena of blockchain. But if Mr. Rafif is interested, Mr. Rafif will be curious about how come this blockchain face so many inefficiency, and this is actually my duty to solve it. Sorry, that's my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Rafif.
Okay, thank you. We can choose one and be the last question from Sondang Visiana. Hello, Professor Untung Raharja. First of all, I would like to thank you for the very good presentation of the material blockchain technology for education. I'm Sondang Visiana from Raharja University. I want to ask a question: how blockchain can be used and applied in the world of education, and what are examples? Because there is still not much information about blockchain technology, and how influential this technology is, that it is necessary to understand this technology. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Sondang, for the wonderful questions. Yeah, I know, and you also know, because we are actually both from Raharja University, but I never met her before. Yeah, so thank you for asking. And in our university, we do a lot of research on blockchain. Yeah, meaning that we also receive research grants about blockchain. If Sondang is interested, welcome to join our research in actually a small community called Alphabet Incubator in University of Raharja. Yeah, how influential this technology is, as I mentioned before, when we talk about Industrial Revolution 4.0 at this moment, yeah, I believe, yeah, blockchain will revolutionize us again into another new industrial revolution, and we kind of like call it Industrial Revolution 5.0. If we go to a lot of conference like this, people has been talking already about Society 5.0 and Industrial 5.0. But what it is all about, we have many different versions. My version is about blockchain coming to us everywhere, with all the problems that mentioned before by Mr. Rafif eliminated, with a new way of working on it, and hopefully we, society as a whole, can benefit from it. Yeah, thank you, Sondang, for your question, and in the campus I would like to meet you and talk more about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Professor Dr. Untung Raharja. Yeah, we had a lot of questions, but we also have just 3 questions. Okay, this is the end of question and answer session. Once again, thanks for all the keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Untung Raharja, and also Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman, for the informative and interesting speech, and also thanks to the audience that have participated actively. And now we will hold a further session. Please, we invite the keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Untung Raharja, the conference chair, Bapak Husni, Mr. Husni, and also the committee. We invite to the stage and to take a photo. And also the all committee, all colleges, and all the participants. Come join to the stage. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Professor Dr. Untung Raharja. We would like to ask you to stay on the stage because we would like to present the ceremonial gift to you for sharing your expertise in the season. And thank you to Mr. Hosni who have kindly give the ceremonial. Wow. Langsung. Di double Pak ya. Oke. Okay, big applause for Professor Dr. Untung Raharja. Thank you very much. Okay, it's time to take a photo for all the committee and all the participants who have held in this room. Yeah. All the participants, all the committee, please join us to the stage. Oke, di atas boleh, di bawah juga boleh. Monggo silakan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ini nggak ada yang ini ya? Ya, mungkin bisa di atas. Yeah, give the best smile for this special occasion. Okay. Bisa setengah jongkok. Ayo dia silakan. Ya. Okay, say hi and Jogja. Hi. And also Jogja. Jogja. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the audience, participants, committee, and also our keynote speakers. And also the participants in Zoom meeting. Yeah. The participants who attend in the meeting, please open your camera. And the committee in charge will take or capture the screen. Okay. Yeah. Give the best reaction for all the participants in Zoom meeting. Sudah siap? Sudah di-capture? In 3, 2, 1, give big smile. Okay. Another screen. Okay. Yes. Thank you, the participant who has opened the camera. Has done? Okay. 7 pages. Wow. Okay. Please open the camera if you have already. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Give big applause for us. And also the participants in the Zoom meeting give best the reaction. Before the parallel session began, let me inform how the rule of parallel session. And for parallel session will be shared in some break room. For the next session, for attendees, please break for break and lunch until 1 p.m. and followed by a parallel system. Ladies and gentlemen can take lunch in first floor, yeah, or maybe those who carry out duhur can be held in the same floor in the next room. Okay, please enjoy your breaking time and also please well prepare because we have the awardee in the closing ceremony. And in Zoom meeting, maybe you can show us your traditional food from your country, for your region. You can show us in a Zoom meeting. We can take lunch together on hybrid system. Okay, take lunch for everyone.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we will have the break lunch until 1 o'clock, and after that please come again to this room, so we will have the parallel session also in this room. So we have the 7 parallel session. Please show up the parallel session, please. So we have the 7 parallel session room. So the first room is virtual room is going here, is will be lead by siapa ya, parallel session 1. Okay, this is the parallel session 1. This is the parallel session 2 in this table. Itu. Okay, in the parallel session 1 is will be led by Herino Nana PhD and helped by Andi Setiawan in here this table, and parallel session 2 is led by Ang Subiakto and helped by Aulia Alfani, and will be covered by Pak Komaru Huda in this table. Okay, and I will give you announcements after the breaks time. Yeah, please come here at 1 o'clock.
Okay, good afternoon. How are you? Fine. Kelas 1 banget ya kan? Yeah, today is a long day for all of us and especially for all the presenter who presenting the paper. And this is the payment time for all the participants. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a productive and inspiring time together and this event about to come to the very end. I hope then, we hope you found the presentation on this conference are informative and helpful. And now, yeah, we will announce awards for the best paper. Okay. Woo! Who will the winner? Who the winner? Oh, nggak ada di sini ya. Okay, for the announcement for the best paper of CITSM 2022, kindly be invited the committee of CITSM 2022, and please welcome Mrs. Dr. Candidate Umi Masarura. Give big applause to Dr. Candidate Umi, please. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Umi. I'm as a technical committee CITSM 2022. I'm pleased to announce the winner of the 10th International Conference on Cyber and IT Service Management, CITSM 2022 Best Paper Award. 3 research articles were selected for this award. All papers were published into IEEE Explore based on IEEE Explore scope and quality requirements. And this is the 3 of them. The 3rd place goes to paper ID number 42 with author Rizal Brur Bahaweres and Mutia Salsabila. The title is Combining PCA and Sport for Software Defect Prediction with Visual Analytic Approach. Congratulations. And next, the second winner for the Best Paper Award, CITSM 2022, belongs to paper number 33. The author is Rido Ihsan, Cynthia Lupitasari, Eric Fernando, Liana Wijaya, Stephanie Banga Padang, and Ivan Sangkareng, with the title The Rapid Adoption of E-Wallet, an Empirical Study. Congratulations. Okay, and now we will announce the first article goes to paper ID number 59 with the author Anifa Stianingrum, Neni Anggraini, and Muhammad Fadil Zil Ikram Lubis, with the title Profit Model Performance Analysis for Jakarta Air Quality Forecasting. Congratulations from 3 of them. One more. Congratulations to the author on these 3 outstanding papers, and thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Umi. Rewardnya? Rewardnya? Paus nih katanya gitu. Ya. Di bawah lagi ngitung lembaran uang. Oke, baik. Mau dihitung dulu ya, jadi ditunggu dulu. Okay, now we will close the conference, but before we close our conference, our conference chair will announcement for the next conference and also officially closing the ceremony. And kindly be invited the committee chair of CITSM 2022, Mr. Hosni. Please welcome to the stage.
Okay, thank you, Bu Ari, for the long day. So we have already here from this morning, and we joined the conference opening. We hear from the keynote speaker, and then we conduct a parallel session. And the first thing is I would like to thank you very much for all you is come here in the on-site in the Royal Malioboro, and then also the participant, author, and presenter that joined through the Zoom meeting. Thank you very much for participating in the CITSM 2022 conference. Also, I would like to thank you to the committee member that working very hard from last year, and I know that some committee member is already get the flu, something like that. Pak Yusuf is already get the flu, and Bu Dewi also have a little bit flu also. And again, I would like to thank you for the committee that's maintaining the papers. It's not easy now to maintain the 200 papers, and we take a look word by word to make sure that your paper will be submitted well in the IEEE, and we hope that our conference can be accepted in the IEEE Export soon, right? For information, last year is yeah, we have many experience in the submit the IEEE Explore about 9 times for the CITSM, and also our committee is not only conduct this conference, we also help the Apticom to conduct ICIC conference and also the ICORIS conference. So we have many experience to manage the paper to be published in the IEEE. So we pray together that we can, because this is still our obligation to make sure that your paper will be submit and accept in the IEEE Export. But one more thing that please, if we send you some email to correct something or yeah, to revise something, please yeah, send back to us soon, right? Okay. And oh yeah, I forgot that for the best paper award, we will give the certificate for 3 of the best paper, and also we will give the free registration for the next conference. Plus. And please make paper better than this year. Okay, so it's saying Alhamdulillah, and I officially close CITSM conference, the 10th CITSM conference 2002, and we hope to see you in next conference. You know that last year actually we want to conduct this conference in the Bangkok, but the situation still not unstable, right? But we say Alhamdulillah that we can together come to the Yogyakarta. So we still prepare for the Bangkok for the next conference. Please make the best effort for the making paper. Thank you very much and see you next year in the CITSM 2023.
Okay, give big applause for Mr. Husni Teja. See you. Till we meet again in Bangkok, everyone, ya. Okay, and congratulations for the 3 best paper. Baik, cameo ya, cameo-nya tadi udah barusan aja datang. salah, nggak di situ tempatnya kan. And let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future. Once again, thank you, and thank you very much. Please forgive us for our shortcoming to meet again, perhaps in the next conference. Okay, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May all of you have a safe journey home. Thank you and bye-bye.
Ya, sekali lagi kita foto bareng-bareng ya sebelum kita pulang ke kamar masing-masing.
Silakan kepada seluruh peserta yang ada di dalam ruangan, kepada seluruh chair session yang sudah bekerja keras hari ini, ya.
Sep, ambil kursi, Sep, dikit, Sep.
Terima kasih sekali lagi kepada seluruh komite, keynote speakers. Thank you very much. Tak lupa kepada bos kita yang riuh di belakang, ada Kakak Ahmad.
Ayo, ya semuanya, adik-adik semuanya.
Oke, silakan monggo untuk bisa menempati kursi yang telah disediakan. Ini khusus buat khusus buat Pak Husni aja di situ.
Siapa yang duluan?
Jadi kayak rebutan kursi ya kan?
Ibu-ibu aja, ibu-ibu lah.
Yang muda-muda di depan ya. Oke.
Ya.
Iya.
Mana?
Mau menyembunyikan ininya ya? Oh baik, jadi nggak perlu tahan nafas.
Ayo adik-adik semuanya, yuk.
Bu Dewi udah bersiap. It's been a long day without you, my friends. Oke, careful. Ya semuanya.
Ada yang bisa di belakang juga bisa, ada di belakang.
Ya yang bisa di atas bisa. Terus nggak ada yang foto ya? Kita selfie. Mungkin kita bisa dipekerjakan sebentar, Pak.
Boleh.
Boleh agak joget sedikit? Oke, tangannya aja ya. Jangan lupa abis ini kita koploan ya. Kakak Ahmad sudah siap. Ya.
Hitung. Kakak Ahmad, Kakak Ahmad. Kakak Ahmad handphonenya gede banget.
Iya. Iya.
Lagi ya, banyak-banyak lah.
Dihitung nggak?
Ayo, 1, 2, 3. Kalau 3 ngomong apa nih?
Iya. Apa dong bilangnya? Kalau bapak-bapak pasti gini, kayaknya nggak ada berubahnya, gini-gini doang. Iya.
Kalau dihitung sampai 3, kalau
bapak-bapak yang imut dong, masa cuma gini gitu, Pak.
Hitungan ketiga kita teriak Bangkok.
Oke, yuk kita teriak Bangkok. Tapi di video kayak asik ya. Iya. Oke, Pak Husni.
1, 2,
3. Ini udah, Pak. Sampai nungguin pokoknya di belakang. Ini udah belum sampai kapan? Kalau ibu-ibunya masih pengen di sini ya kan? Iya, masih pengen foto. Officially Pak Ahmad ya. Lagi nggak? Udah bingung lagi ya? Oke, kita teriak lagi ya. Mungkin besok balik ke Jogja, kita teriak Jogja ya. 1, 2, 3. Jogja! Oke, tepuk